Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Grace Barber Jordan,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delakia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Pamela Wagner.
Here.
With a quorum of the board members present, I now call to order the April 23rd, 2020 regular board meeting of the Leander Independent School District Board of Trustees. We are meeting this evening with the authority of the governor's office via video conference to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings to slow the spread of the coronavirus COVID-19. First, I would like to thank our administration and technology staff for making this technology possible for the board to meet in this manner and for working so diligently to make sure we keep it secure. I would also like to thank the heroic efforts of our staff, and I'm so thankful for our supportive LISD family, which includes, of course, our parents and students. We are better together, even when it's virtual. This meeting is being live streamed on the LISD website and recorded. The recording will be made available to the public. Additionally, members of the public who seek to exercise their right under state law to address the board on an item of the agenda for tonight's meeting have the ability to do so in the manner listed on the notice for this meeting. At this time, we will proceed on to our agenda opening ceremony. I believe the Pledge of Allegiance will be led tonight by our very own Leander ISD Communication Coordinator, Mr. Matt Mitchell.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Excellent job, Matt. Thank you so much. Now I would like to ask Dr. Gehring to please lead us in a moment of silence.
Thank you, President Bodie. If you would join me, please, in a moment of silence. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gehring. At this time, we will proceed to our citizen comments. I understand that no one had signed up, but I just want to confirm before we move on in the next part of our agenda.
Yes, Madam President, that is correct. No one has signed up for citizens' comments.
All right, thank you so much. All right, communication and announcements. We are now moving to that part of our agenda. Dr. Gehring, do you have any communication items?
Nothing new at this time. I just want to reiterate my thanks to the Board of Trustees for the work that they continue to do. Second meeting in this week, and really appreciate you being flexible with Zoom meetings. I think that's working out very well for us, and so I do appreciate you being patient with us as well as we make sure that the technology we're using is secure and that we conduct our meetings adequately. I would also like to just thank our staff and our students and our family for the ongoing patience they're having with us and for the great work that's going on out there in our community. And also particularly for listening to the advice and the guidance that we're being given by outside agencies and ask folks to continue to follow those orders as carefully as possible in order to protect our community.
Tremendous. Board members, do you have any additional communications? All right, and I might not say this correctly, but I would also like to just thank Jim McKay for his service to the country. I understand as first sergeant, you've been called up to help in the COVID pandemic. We greatly appreciate your service to the country and for you continue doing the meetings online. So when you can. So we thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, so I'll be going down to Houston. I've been assigned to a FEMA task force, and basically what that entails is continuing the work of the counties down there, similar to what we're doing here in Williamson County. And I said this last meeting, but it's another great opportunity to remind everybody that the reason that the numbers are low in Williamson County, especially, is because so many of our community has heeded the warnings, and they are sacrificing much in terms of social distancing, putting plans on hold, and doing the things necessary to flatten the curve. Um, it continues, and I'm going to speak for Williamson County here for just a second. It continues to be a concern that folks may become complacent. Hey, the numbers are low. We must be on the other side of this thing. Let's get back out there and get on with our lives. I can tell you wholeheartedly, nothing can be further from the truth. We still have quite a ways to go in this. So I would caution everybody that the low numbers are a testament to us doing the right things, but we certainly have to continue to do those things. So thank you for that acknowledgement, President Bodie. I'm excited to go down there and take care of some business.
And board members, before we close up communication, I'd like you to just be aware that Corey has sent us an update on the way we can continue our communications and kind of communicate, message, talk to the community. He's put together a great opportunity for us. Do follow back up those links or follow up with him. He put a deadline on it, but also noted that if we are unable to meet that, we can just let him know and we'll work around that. So thank you, Corey, very much for your work in that area. All right, board members, if we can move on to the next item in our agenda. Item number 5, the coronavirus COVID-19 epidemic update. Dr. Gehring, you are going to provide us an update, I believe.
Thank you, President Bodie. Yes, the only update since yesterday's update is we had a great staff Zoom today webinar where we had close to 300 of our staff members listening in and sending in questions via the chat feature in the Zoom meeting. And so we had a good conversation with them. We're trying to listen as much as we can to the questions that are being asked and to the concerns we hear expressed out in the community, especially with our staff, and trying to address some of those things. I mentioned yesterday, we do have a great document that Sarah put together that's divided into short-term, midterm, and long-term major decisions that have to be made in the district as we work our way through this challenge. So we continue to work through those items. We'll meet again in the morning to make sure that we're meeting all the needs of the district. We are going to try to put together some smaller focus groups starting in the next couple of weeks of selected students and staff members in order to get some more one-on-one time and start to understand what some of the challenges are that our families and that our staff members are facing. Because a lot of this is unknown to us, we want to make sure that we're listening carefully to our stakeholders and that we're trying to meet those needs and those challenges as they come forward. So that's about the only update I have. I'll turn it back to you, President Bodie.
Tremendous. Board members, do you have any question about agenda number 5? Okay. All right, we are now moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any items off of the consent agenda for discussion? Otherwise, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second that motion.
I have a motion from Jim and a second from Gloria. All those in favor, if you can just raise your hand. All right, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the next item of our agenda. And I had to switch over in our meeting. It's closed session, but we have a guest this evening. So we'll, as always, our usual practice is when we have somebody we've invited to come speak to the board, we take that item before we go into closed. So I believe we have the discussion on bonds then would take up next. Is that correct? Is that our next?
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to recommend perhaps that we even move closed session all the way to the end of the agenda, if that's okay with the board.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead then and move into our action items. which are operations, and we'll start with the bond series update.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Gearing. As we discussed last week, we are asking for approval of two parameters this evening. One of those is a refunding of existing outstanding debt. More specifically, we're looking to refund the 2010A series, which is callable this upcoming August, and the 2016, a portion of the 2016A, which was callable last year. Refunding those two issues will give the district present value savings of roughly $9.7 million and a cash flow savings of $29 million. The second parameter we're looking at this evening is authorization to spend or to issue $104 million of the current 2017 authorization to fund ongoing projects as detailed on the project list that was added to your packet this week. In addition to this, we'll look at defeasing a portion of the 2016A issue, which would also give us cash flow savings. So we had a lengthy discussion last week when we looked at 4 scenarios. This evening, we'll be focusing on 2 of those scenarios. And then as a follow-up to last week's conversation and the information that we shared last night, we have run models with lower growth and 0 growth and a decline in growth. And when I say growth, I'm referring to property values. And so we were looking to see if we did have 0 growth in property values or a decline, would the district still be able to manage its debt portfolio? And Mr. Crumrine will offer more information about that, but the bottom line is we would still be able to service our outstanding debt, and even if we issued the full authorization, remaining authorization on the 2017 bond, we would be able to do that. The impact would be we would have less funds to defease and pay down debt earlier. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to John, and he's going to go over a brief synopsis of what we looked at last week, focusing on scenarios 1 and 2.
Hello, everybody. This is John. Again, thank you for your time. I just want to make sure I'm having some functional issues with the interface. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, good. Glad I didn't lose that. So as Elaine introduced, I'm going to try to talk to you a little bit about sort of the specific items that we're addressing tonight, and then how those items fit into sort of the broader picture. So again, this is a update of the discussion which we started a week ago. Again, we're going to talk about agenda-specific items, how those fit into the financial model, and then we provided some supplemental information, some sort of stress test scenarios that various folks from the district asked for, and we'll provide you with a little bit of color about some of the scenarios and some of the things you were thinking. Help you make some decisions about what you want to do based on potential growth or lack thereof. One of the specific items we're addressing tonight is the approval of a refunding and a defeasance, so unlimited tax refunding bonds, and or the inclusion of bonds for defeasance, paying bonds off early. So in terms of the refunding here, the following 2 bond series contain specific maturities eligible to be refinanced on a tax-exempt basis to generate cash flow savings. Specific candidate information follows. Here we have bonds from a limited tax refunding bond series 2010A, maturities 21 through 30, about $4.5 million worth of par, and those bonds are callable now, and you can see the rates. Rates are higher than what we think we would expect to refinance those in the market, so it is an opportune time to refinance. And then we have currently callable bonds from your Series 2016A from your Series 2016A issuance, a 2045 maturity, $30 million worth of par, and those are fixed rate bonds, but the rate on those are always fixed rate, meaning they're not variable rate, but the rate that you pay on those bonds varies throughout the term, anywhere from 225 to 525, and those again are callable now. The bonds that we were targeting for a defeasance were from your Series 2016A bonds, a maturity of 8/16/2044, par amount of $21,000 with a 4.06 coupon, and a call date of 8/16/26. What does that really mean? Well, I've provided you with a little bit of information on what that potentially might look like for the district in terms of affecting that refunding. and pursuing that defeasance. And those statistics are over here. So again, the combined transaction summary statistics follow on this side. And then we'll talk a little bit about the graphs and what those mean in terms of this table up here. So if you were to do the refunding and the defeasance together based on today's estimates, today's rates, and using the bonds that we previously talked about for refunding and defeasance, we would anticipate a transaction of about $34 million. Your estimated refinance cost would be 3%. Your gross cash flow savings would be about $29.4 million, and your present value savings would be $9.7 million. The reason that those are so different, the reason there's such a difference between the 29 million and the 9.7 million is that for the defeasance that we'll talk about a little bit later, we're contemplating the use of $9 million of cash that the district has on hand. So that's immediately deducted on a present value basis. So 29 minus 9 equals 20, and then 20 present valued over the life of the bond sale equates to about 9.7%. I don't remember the specific minimum threshold that we had in the bond order, the parameters order, but I think it was quite low, and that was intended to give us flexibility in this market. But don't be alarmed by a minimum threshold in an order. This again is a parameters. And at this time, the estimates for savings for these two transactions are about 28%. So for about 6 to 7 times the recommended minimum threshold by Government Finance Officers of America for minimum sort of thresholds for borrowing and refinancing. So estimated costs associated with that transaction are here. I actually think we'll do a little bit better than that, but I wanted to give you a larger number and beat that number than give you a smaller number and then surprise you on the other side. In terms of separating these two now from here to here, when you look at the refunding, again, the $4.5 million worth of current capital appreciation bonds from your Series 2010A issuance, the refinancing savings that we would anticipate from this transaction, a little bit less, about $550,000 a year through here, about $400,000 a year through here. So meaningful savings, and the present value savings are highlighted in black. The defeasance savings, again, that's picking a long-dated, high coupon capital appreciation bond and paying it off its entirety with no refinancing. So there's no associated debt service cost with that. For refunding bonds, the savings from defeasing those specific maturities from the Series 2016A bonds, about $20 million worth of savings. And again, the present value of that is here in the $11 million, $10 million range. So that's one of the specific items that we're talking to you about tonight. I guess long story short, I would say anytime you can exercise a transaction where you have multiples of the minimum threshold for GFOA, you do it. This is a very simple, you have an outstanding loan with a higher interest rate, you can refinance it to a lower interest rate. So this is a very straightforward, good transaction, lots of efficiency. In terms of the new money considerations, I think this is where we got into sort of the more into the weeds the other night. But again, I'm not actually asking you to pursue a concrete plan of finance moving forward. You're not tied in any way. The only thing we're talking about tonight is about what the $105 million looks like, borrowed for in a couple of different respects. We had a conversation at the last meeting about a larger bond issue. Based on the feedback that we got from that meeting, there didn't seem to be any interest in doing a larger issue now. It seemed to me that the district was more interested in taking a project-based approach. And so based on the $104 million worth of projects that we talked about last time, we came up with scenario 1, which is a new money bond sale. It assumes a 30-year amortization with level debt service, principal and interest amortizing level, and those bonds amortize 21 through 50. So over here, we say we're borrowing for about $104 million. The par amount of the bonds will be $91 million. The estimated true interest cost this time is about 3%. The total debt service associated with those bonds over the life of the 30-year amortization are about $160.6 million. And again, we have cost of issuance and underwriter discount estimates here. Compare that with scenario 2. Again, we're borrowing the same $104.4 million. You notice I highlighted changes in red, so we're not having actually proposing perfectly level debt service. What does that mean? That means that we're actually delaying principal until 2026, so 5 years interest-only loan, and then amortizing principal 26 through 50. The estimated net impact of that action is that that would elevate from 301 to 304% your true interest cost. Total debt service would go up about 4.5, 4.8 million. And again, your estimated cost of issuance and underwriter's discount. And we'll talk a little bit about why. I mean, I don't think anyone would obviously pick why would we pursue the more expensive option. I'll talk to you on the next slide about why you might pursue the more expensive option. Again, we talked last week, we had 4 scenarios. We boiled that down to scenarios 1 and 2. And again, in each of these scenarios, for your existing 2017 authorization, we assume that you're going to bond for all of the $272 million in some form or fashion between 2020 and 2022. And we've assumed that the district will continue to grow and continue to have to sort of borrow to address student needs. And the estimated, we just sort of put a placeholder on the estimated future authorization at $500 million. And in these future models, we've borrowed annually years 23 through 2027, $100 million every year. This is something that's not super important for what we're going to talk about. So let me go here because this is where the conversation really picked up last time. It was around revenue assumptions. So again, this is your baseline model. We have run alternate models since then, but for the baseline model, these were the growth rate assumptions around assessed valuation. And remember, I mentioned you had a stair-step approach to 0.0025 tax rate increases over time until you reached 46 cents. And then thereafter, it was stayed at 46 cents. So when we look at those scenarios together, again, I want to sort of highlight a couple of things for you. The financial priorities of the district were to remain flexible to address student needs. It's been clear that the district wants to maintain control over its tax rate. And obviously, debt service cost is important, but then we also have certain structural objectives and goals. And what that really means is we have CAB targets. We want to pay off some of our more expensive capital appreciation bond debt, which is financially a good decision, but it also can create some sort of competing, there are some constraints that come with doing that. So, and again, as you examine this table over here, be mindful of sort of item C and item F right here, item C and item F, and I'll talk about why that relationship is important. So in both of these scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2, if you sort of look at this on sort of an accounting sort of measure, your existing debt service is 2.6 billion, excuse me. As you saw earlier, our estimated refunding and defeasance savings from the transactions that I went through just a moment ago are about 29.4 million, and those are consistent across. The existing authorization debt service, so this assumes that you take either the truly level debt service approach or you take a delayed principal approach for each of the contemplated bond sales for this bond sale in 2020, which is the agenda item for tonight. And then moving forward, you would take you would delay principal amortization in scenario 2 until 2026 on all of these bond issues. And then the $500 million that we talked about as a placeholder, again, that's consistent across both scenarios. The future defeasances, you can see that in scenario 1 versus scenario 2, you save more money, so negative numbers equal savings. So up here, negative number for your refunding and defeasance. Down here, negative number means in scenario 1 and scenario 2, you save more money in scenario 2. And the reason that you do that is because of the delay of principal repayment in scenario 2, which is what you get that by delaying principal, as we talked about until 2026. Then you free up more cash to defease other bonds. And over the 5-year period between now and the end of the financial model, the benefit to you would be the difference between 111 million and 78 million. So
And just to verify, that saving number is after the subtracting the additional cost of doing that transaction?
yes. Yes. And so at the end of the day, when I said pay attention to item F, what I was getting at is that 2 pages ago, I mentioned to you that to delay principal 5 years cost you $5 million. So why would you not go with scenario 1? But I think the point that I'm making is that in scenario 2, what cost you $5 million for this bond issue has the potential to save you about $33 million more between now and 2025. In full disclosure, some of those savings are later in your amortization. So, that may not be as useful to you, but that's just something I wanted to point out. So scenario 2 actually gets your CAD percentage lower earlier. And what you do to sacrifice that is to delay each of those 3 bond issues in 2020, 2021, and 2022 by 5 years. Again, you're not deciding on a bond issue in 2021 or 2022. You're only making a decision tonight about the bond issue in 2020. But I did just want to give you full disclosure on the differences and the similarities between the 2 scenarios. And in case this is all confusing, which I'm sure it is, I tried to make it not, but it's impossible to have this many variables and have it not be a little bit confusing. To help the layman follow this orange line down here, and you can see that between these 2 scenarios, we borrow for the same amounts in 20 and 21, but in 20, 21, and 22 across all scenarios, and we shock interest rates in 21 and 22 the same across both scenarios, okay? And there is consistency across scenarios. Really only the differences are the delay in principal amortization, again, and the cash that frees up in order to do defeasances to save more money. I will stop there and entertain any questions on this sort of specific scenario. Let me give you one little clue. There were some alternate scenarios that were discussed. So I have the pro formas here for scenario 1 and scenario 2. There were also some conversations that were had about shocking alternate scenarios. And I have scenario A, B, and C in the back of this presentation, where we take a look at sort of more draconian financial modeling assumptions around assessed valuation growth, like negative growth and 2% growth, 0% growth, and then 2% growth. And I'm happy to walk through those, but I want to give you a chance to ask any questions if you had over this specific item right here. And we are joined, I think, by Kristen Savant, who is the bond attorney who authored the information that's in front of you right now. So she could give you any questions about what you're actually agreeing to tonight and what you're not agreeing to, and clear up any sort of questions you may have around what we're doing here and what a parameters order means, and the flexibility that you would or would not have by approving the item.
So John, do I see, if I remember correctly, didn't you have it 75 basis points across the board? And I'm seeing 125 now on the D assumption. Is that different than the previous one?
No, it isn't. So for all of the bond issues that we contemplate in 21 and 22, the assumption across both scenarios is that we shock them 75 basis points. So between now and when you sell the bonds in 21 and 22,
Okay.
we made an assumption about 75 basis point increase in rates, which may or may not materialize, but we always sort of want to build in some conservatism about cost. And then for each and every bond issue, 23 through 27, the $100 million a year, we've assumed that it will cost you 124 basis points more in yield on a maturity by maturity basis than the borrowing that we're contemplating now.
Got it.
And in that's pretty expensive from a historical concept. This is a little higher than average than what you've done in the last 10 years. This would be pretty expensive. just to give you a little sense of what those shocks actually mean.
John, a
So-
quick question. Does the long-term savings that is recognized here rely on the board making future decisions in a certain way, or is it independent of future decisions the board might make?
Good question. So the challenge with modeling an exercise that's this large is that I have to sort of lock in some variables and then they're not variables anymore. And so in each of those scenarios, I have locked in an assumption that's, hang with me. So this is like, for example, scenario 1. Let me make sure I'm showing that this is scenario 2. But the point is that no, this model is only as good as the assessed valuation at this time multiplied by the growth rate multiplied by the tax rate. But in each of these scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2, we've started with the same assumptive growth rate. We started with the same assumptive assessed valuation. We have manipulated in various scenarios the growth rate for assessed valuation, but we have always kept the tax rate constant throughout each model. So if at some point the district were to say, well, we want to have a 47-cent tax rate in the future, or we want to have a 45-cent tax rate in the future, that would impact the results that you see here. But in terms of the presentation that I'm giving you now, this is not changed in any scenario, only the growth rate. Did that answer your question, Superintendent?
Partially, I think I see that variable changing, but I also see the $100 million a year in future bond issuances. And when you sell those bonds, I assume there are decisions that can be made by the board that would shift the savings in that you projected here in the long term.
Yeah, there are a number of actions. So that's, again, that is sort of a flaw in any modeling exercise. You would have the ability to make decisions on the fly. For example, in 2021 and 2022, you could make adjustments to your strategy on how you would like to amortize bonds, the bonds that you would like to choose to defease, the timing and amount of your future capital improvement program. So for example, in a scenario where your assessed valuation, where you stopped growing or you had declines in value, historically that is linked to increased student enrollment. So if you didn't have new rooftops and you didn't have more kids moving in, you could make changes to your borrowing schedule or not borrow altogether. And then you could also you could make meaningful changes to the financial model based on how you chose to structure your refunding and defeasance savings.
So in light of that, we have the choice to make of saving the money up front, or if you take that long-term view of saving more money in the long term, but there is a possibility that the long-term savings might not materialize if the future changes.
Yeah, and okay, I get what you're saying. So the interesting thing about this is that there's a couple ways to answer the question. So if the assessed valuation in the model were not to materialize, that would decrease the value of the cash that is used to do this. So you would not have as much cash to change the difference between these two numbers. So if over the life of the financial model, the district will continue to receive less revenue than we expected for the model, the gap between these two numbers would close. If that makes any sense.
It would never be less than 78 million, regardless of the changes of the number.
No, because the amount of cash that again, this assumes across both scenarios that your assessed valuation right now and the growth rates and the excess collections used to do defeasances you generate the same amount of revenue in the first 5 years in both of these scenarios, okay? But if you were to not generate that amount of revenue, both of these numbers could be in jeopardy, okay? The reason that I originally said scenario 2 was preferable to me is that in that scenario where you don't grow, like the financial model said, you don't have the issue of having made the decision of amortizing bonds and having less cash. So they're linked together. You gain a tremendous amount of flexibility by delaying principal 5 years for this bond issue. And I think flexibility is key right now moving forward because, I mean, obviously just given the amount of uncertainty that everyone's dealing with. Let me give you a little bit more information. We ran some alternative financial models. We lowered assessed valuation growth rates, and again, that translates into lower assumed revenue in the future. Decreases to revenue have the impact of lowering cash available for defeasances and lowering the savings from defeasances. So I think in a way that sort of answers the superintendent's question, hopefully. It would also, decreases in revenue, change the approach to which bonds would be prioritized for defeasances. So what I mean by that is that right now we are looking at using cash and defeasing a bond in 2044. If we became less comfortable about our ability to service debt, we could change the bonds that we choose instead of going after longer dated maturities, which have the greatest impact on our cap percentage in 2025 and save us the most money. We could actually defease bonds earlier in the amortization to provide us with more flexibility. And again, decreased revenue negatively impacts cap percentage, and again, potentially reduced capacity. Just real quickly, I don't know if anybody wants to walk through the pro formas, but we've run a scenario, alternative scenario A, where we again keep all these variables constant. We shock rates down 2%. I'm sorry, we do assessed valuation growth rates at 2% from 21 through 25. And basically in that scenario, the district can still afford to do either scenario 1 or scenario 2 approach. The only real impact to the model is that we essentially have to downsize our future authorization to $400 million to fit it all inside the model. We've also run a scenario B where we get a little bit more drastic with the declines in value, 0% growth for 2 years altogether. And then for interesting purposes, there were some conversations and I think there was some confusion about what we were talking about earlier. In the earlier meeting about, well, can we afford to pay our debt now? And the answer to that is yes. And in this scenario, you can shock the assessed valuation growth rates by these values and still execute your $272 million worth of authorization from your existing bond package and get everything done that you want to do inside this revenue regime. And then lastly, scenario C, again, we took a look at what it looks like if you apply a negative 5% growth rate and 0% growth rate to this, to your financial model. And in that scenario, you can still, again, borrow for your $272 million, but you lose some flexibility here in terms of your future authorization. And the reality is you actually could still continue to borrow. You could actually, even in this most punitive assessed valuation scenario, there actually was authorization that you could still continue to access, but it just might be a little bit later than 2023. It might be 2024, 2025, and thereon, so on and so forth.
And the reality of that is if AV growth is negative, then likely student enrollment is affected and potentially you don't have to authorize future bond issuances in that time frame anyway.
That's correct. And we just wanted to give folks comfort around The district is not in jeopardy of not being able to pay for the bonds that it has already issued. That is not the case. And the district does not appear to be in jeopardy if it makes a decision tonight to borrow for $104 million more. It doesn't look like it was going to have any trouble paying for that either. I just wanted to make that clear.
So the scenario 2 also does a better job of realizing the CAB percentage goal or objective. Is that true even if some of these scenarios we've been talking about happen with lower AV growth and things like that?
In regardless of the shock that we apply to assess valuation, all other things equal, scenario 2 will always generate more cash between now and 2025, which is our target date for the CAB amortization goal. So yes, that holds true.
John, with the thought between cabs, right? One of the things I was concerned about back in 2015 and whatever, when I was understanding cabs or learning about them, was it was about putting that balloon payment or that interest at a later date. And it really, that just made your numbers wonky. It was a large portfolio with a bunch of interest that was going towards the end. With that theory, and I know cabs are more than that, but I'm just saying with that one part of that discussion, how is adopting scenario 2 not taking a back step on that philosophy that it's okay to delay a principal or a payment? So help me understand, just kind of, I know it isn't, but just help me connect the dots.
That's
Principal and not interest, right? You have to pay interest every year evenly, but you can delay the principal side of it.
mm-hmm. Right. So the difference is that inside a capital appreciation bond, if you were to borrow, say, $1 million and it was compounding at 3%, none of those payments would ever be going out of the cash flow. And so that would compound if it were to say, if you were to issue a capital appreciation bond at $1 million that matured in 2030 at 3%, it would compound at 3% until that time. The current interest bond, for example, in this market, if 3% were the proxy, the current interest bond would be about a 2.4% yield as opposed to a 3, so 60 basis point savings. And you would pay interest during that time period. So you're not actually paying for the compounding. You're paying the investor the periodic interest, and that interest is actually being taken by the investor, and they're investing in another district's bonds as well. And you're not actually having to pay for that reinvestment. That's the difference.
That's helpful. Thank you, John. You actually explained that. Give me both areas of that. So thank you very much. Where do you see, I know it's on one of these charts, the total savings to taxpayers from scenario 1 and 2?
So again, I hate to say this, but it's a financial model. Tomorrow it will be different. But over the life of the entire financial model, which is a 40-year look, okay? The difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 in aggregate over the financial model is the difference between this number, the difference between this 3.78 billion here and this 3.758 billion here. Those are the differences. Interestingly enough, that's not all future money. The savings difference is on bonds that mature later on in your amortization schedule. But if this model were to hold true, those savings would be real and actualized by the end of fiscal year 2025.
John, just to make this a little more finite, if we look at row B, the refunding and defeasance savings of 29 million in both of those scenarios, those are hard savings, correct, against the current repayment schedule. So we could certainly call that a minimum just based on the refunding and defeasance planned here, correct?
That's right. And with one caveat, we're having, the markets are a little challenged and we have volatility, but whether the answer is 26 million or 31 million, this is the estimate right now. It should be somewhere in that range.
My only other question that I didn't get out the other day, and thank you again for the time you spent.
Yeah.
It was incredibly helpful. You just said this is a 40-year bond. I thought again, it could be so off. I thought we discussed just doing 30-year bonds from here on out. That was one of our parameters in the past. True, false?
So the new money that we would sell here, you have the opportunity to dictate that to us, the length of the amortization. But for modeling purposes, it was only 30 years in either of the scenarios, the way we model it. The financial model actually, because it goes through time, goes out about 42 years. But to take into account bond issuances in like 2024, 25, 26.
Okay. All right. Just so
This is a 30-year max deal.
Great. I'm glad we clarified. Thank you.
So assuming we authorize scenario 1 or scenario 2 tonight, what exactly are we authorizing? Are we authorizing just the 104, or are we authorizing the additional 87 and 80 or whatever those preceding or those following 2 years? What is it we're authorizing tonight?
So, and I may defer to Kristen a little bit or Elaine on that, but what you do is approve an order for new money sale and approve an order for the refunding. And what will happen is you'll delegate authority to Elaine as a pricing officer or the superintendent as a pricing officer to execute a contract when we sell the bonds. But basically what Elaine will have me do is limit the amount to the 104.4 or whatever number you decide tonight. So we would not exceed that. And you are not, we wouldn't execute a transaction. And we will actually, one of the suggestions that I had is actually the week before pricing to sort of give you an update. And again, provide you with an updated set of numbers that says, okay, we think, 10 days from now, we're going to price the bonds. Here's exactly what this transaction looks like. We get a final blessing.
John, I'm going to throw the motion out there, and then people can still discuss it, but at least it's out there. When we're done, we're done. I move the board adopt an order authorizing the issuance of Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Savings Bonds, School Building Bond Series 2020A.
I'll second with further discussion.
I have a motion from Pam and a second from Jim. For further discussion, let's just say this motion gets approved. What scenario then are you doing, or what do you need from us before we do it? How explain to me again next steps.
So what I would do is I'm taking this to mean, and Elaine will have other conversations with you, but I'm taking this all to mean that you would approve some amount of new money sale tonight, and the refunding almost identical to what I've shown you here. So for purposes of moving forward, we would have to prepare an offering document and have rating agency meetings. And so what I would do is provide updated financial analysis to Elaine and the rating agencies around a scenario where we refund and defease the bonds that we talked about here, and then and then mock up numbers around a new money sale for the 104.4 million. And the only clarity that I would need is whether you wanted to take the delayed approach, a principal approach, or the more aggressive approach here. But either way, we would sort of have our marching orders.
Okay, so then for conversation, then before we conclude this conversation into a vote, board needs to weigh in on scenario 1 or 2. My other question, John, is in regards to the 104.4 million, the status of 2017 bond projects. I'm assuming y'all have all seen that paperwork in our board packet. We had a board member have a question this evening on one of our other agenda items when we approve a GMP The question was, do we want to? And we may. But if for some reason, am I locking our board into a decision by approving this? Or do we need to have that discussion on that GMP before we talk about these bonds?
So you literally, and I wouldn't suggest that we do this, but we literally can get into an order period for the sale of the bonds where the underwriters are actually marketing the bonds. And if at any point Elaine, as your designated pricing officer, doesn't like how things are going or doesn't like the deal or things have changed, she can pull the plug up until the last minute. I mean, literally on the day of pricing.
All right. So voting then, board members, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, Arlene, voting on this does not lock us into our discussion later on GMP. So we can still have that discussion for any of those items on the bond list.
Right. Tonight you're approving whether or not we can issue additional bonds. The practice, I assume, with the district has been to bring those individual projects to the board for approval. So the selling of the money here does not approve the projects per se. It can only be used towards the projects that were approved by the voters in the 17 election.
Wonderful. All right. Just want to make sure for the clarification. All right. So board member scenario 1 or 2?
So it obviously, just in the, looking at the numbers, scenario 2 makes more sense. But I do have a question. So we authorize this tonight. We vote unanimously, and we say, yeah, move forward. And interest rates next week go up any significant amount. Are we still locked into selling those, or are we just authorizing when it's favorable, we'll go ahead and sell the bonds?
Exactly.
So my question is, what happens if rates go up?
This parameter gives us the flexibility to determine when to go into the market. So even if we said this week looks great and the day of pricing rates do go up, we can pull the order. And I believe the parameter lasts for 180 days. Kristen, you can correct me if that time frame is different, but it gives us the flexibility to go to the market and then pull out and go back in order to get the right rates.
Right. It's actually a 365-day delegation.
So,
And I want to clarify something that was said about this particular motion. This motion has only given us authority to tell them the discussion whether we want 1 or 2 is after this is approved, and then that order we give to Elaine. We don't. It has nothing to do with this motion. This motion is just saying we are approving to go out for money.
Right. John asked, though, if I'm correct, John, of whether we want scenario 1 or 2 as well. So I thought we could have that discussion.
If that's a conversation you guys want to have outside of this context, or I mean, you just find me and tell me.
I mean, the point is he's going to come back a week before we sell, and 1 may be a better deal than 2 at that point. I just don't know, but we can have the conversation.
I did notice that I finally saw her video here. I think Kristen Savant is on this call, who is a bond attorney, and she has a lot of insight, and I've played lawyer probably more than I should have. So Kristen, if you have any comments that I've missed, or I've misspoken about anything, please feel free to tell us.
I certainly will. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. It's such a pleasure to be with you. I wish I could be with you personally. I'll do that one day. But just to clarify tonight, the 2 parameter orders, it does authorize the issuance of the bonds, but it does so within the parameters that are set forth in the order. So again, your pricing officers who are designated to price the bonds will only do so, pursuant to your internal discussions, but it does authorize the bonds. But again, you don't need to move forward should the market change or, circumstances change and the parameters aren't met, for instance. But it is a full bond authorization to where it does satisfy all the action items that you need to take in order for us to move forward with the bond. But again, internally, whatever the discussions are with respect to whether you do move forward, that can come and this order can lapse should you decide not to move forward based on the market. And I'd be happy to answer any questions specifically about either of the orders.
I think that helps me with my questions because my concern is not what the model is, it's the amount we're asking. And so, but if we're gonna look at that at a different conversation, then that works, because the model's good, but it's the amount we're looking at in a vacuum without talking about what reality looks like in this weird COVID crisis pandemic.
So Alexis, we have later tonight a discussion on the bond project with some GMPs, some of them, but not all of them on this list. Are you saying you have questions about this list that you want to pursue? Other than the ones that are on the agenda tonight, you have others in addition.
Well, it's the numbers that are part of that 104. You know, we have new construction on an elementary school. We have some 1.3 in bus conversation. So those kind of questions.
Elaine, is that something we should maybe put on a separate agenda item for a different discussion at another time? Or there are some of these items bonded that we have already approved through GMP, correct? I mean,
Right. I want to point out this 104 million is based on project need. And many of these projects are underway and nearly completed. For example, there's 16 million out of this 104 slated for Danielson. That's needed to pay outstanding bills that will be coming due soon. And so the 104 is tied strictly to that project list, with many of those completing or about to begin and GMPs having already been approved. And so we will soon be in a cash flow issue and being able to fund payment of the construction bills if we don't sell part of this new authorization or part of the existing authorization in the near future.
Yeah, Danielson wasn't the one I was concerned about.
So I guess maybe later for clarification, the ones that we've already done GMPs on, it might be good to know, just so we can keep it straight. Would that help, Alexis? Is that what...
Also, just remember that any new projects that have not been approved by the board yet will come to the board for approval before any money is expended on them. And so even though you're authorizing the sale of the bonds and preparing to have the cash available, you're not approving the projects on that list, but that will happen at separate board action.
And so I'm understanding, before we move to a vote, I'm understanding that we're authorizing our financial gurus to go out and find the best price. But when they find that best price, they're going to bring that to us before they execute. Is that correct?
No. Elaine, as far as I understand, that once you authorize the sale and you're authorizing us to go out and price, when the price is right and we make that decision, we'll sell the bonds.
That's correct. The reason for the perimeter order is to give us that authority so that we don't have to have a called board meeting immediately after the pricing to finalize the sale.
The letter, I know we've seen these before, so please, if forgive me if I'm being redundant, but just because maybe our materials might look a little different. The order or the letter that has it on here, it actually has the parameters. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points. And so that has the parameters that we're authorizing. That's what we're saying is okay when we approve this motion. It names the authorized officers to approve the sale. It requires a true interest rate not to exceed 7%, requires a maturity of no more than 39 years, and authorizes amount to be sold to the full remaining, and it has amounts on there. So the letters where you'll see what we're authorizing with this motion.
Right, and I get that. And quite honestly, part of the reason for the question is so that as a matter of public record, we have this conversation where our community has a better understanding of what it is we're doing. So forgive me, but I want to make sure that the community at large understands why we're doing this or how we're doing it.
I wanted to raise a couple of observations relative to scenario 1 versus scenario 2. I want to make sure we're all looking at this together and understand the details. if we look at slide 9, thank you, John. A, existing debt service is the same between the two. B, the refunding and the new debt and defeasance of debt service is the same between the two. Authorization of existing debt, that is what we're talking about doing now, correct, John? It's the 272 in total. It's slightly different because there are slightly different approaches to how we sell some of that issue, but it's essentially the same par, right?
It is.
Yep. And so my observation here is that scenario 2 here is slightly more expensive. You see the $11 million larger number. And if we then look at D, the future authorization debt service, that's the 5 years following the 272 million that we're planning in the model to be sold over 3 years. And so that's the same between the two scenarios. So up to row D, scenario 2 is more expensive by about $11 million, okay? Where scenario 2 catches up a little bit is in row E, but I wanna make sure we all understand what that means or how that happens. So if you go down to, I guess it's 13 and 14, where you look at the detailed illustration for each of these. I'd call your attention to a couple of things. First, in the 3 columns with the header that says 2017 authorization remaining. The first of those columns, the series 2020 column, is where you'll see the true difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2. Scenario 1 has that sale of 104 million in essentially a level debt service form, right? And if you go down to the next page and look at that same column, you'll see that what we're scheduled to repay in the first 5 years is less, and then we make up for it in the 25 years after that by paying more over the rest of that term, okay? So the second thing I'd call your attention to is if you look at further to the right, and I think essentially everything else in terms of authorizations in those succeeding columns for the succeeding years through 2027 is the same. There's no difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2. If you look at the total debt service column, so that's the first one to the right of 2027, and you compare scenario 1 and scenario 2, you'll see that in the scenario 1 case, those numbers are a little bit bigger in the first 5 years, right, than they are in scenario 2. But in scenario 2, after that 5 years, the numbers are a little bit bigger. We tick over $150 million in annual repayment, annual debt service in, I think that's 2028, John, if that's correct.
Yes.
So that's where the differences are manifest. And now if you go one more column to the right, you'll see that CAB percentage that John indicated in the summary above. Part of the reason why the 22.9 number CAB percentage is lower is because our debt service in that year is lower in scenario 2 than it is in scenario 1. So I wouldn't hang my hat too much on that CAB percentage. It's really a function of what that total debt service is in that year. The other thing I would say is row E above, where we saw the discrepancy or the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2, is really a function of the colored blocks you see at the top right of each of these detailed illustrations. In scenario 1, our over levy, that is what our tax rate brings in versus what we're obligated to pay in that year in debt service, allows us to defease some additional debt in those first 5 years, 5 or 6 years. In scenario 2, because we're issuing that debt or more of that debt a little bit later, you see that those values are a little bit bigger. So we have a little bit more money available to defease debt there. So that's really what the differences are. And I guess my point in saying all of that is the defeasance potential in row E is not certain, right? That is subject to a number of variables that'll occur between today and each of those years, each of the debt payments we make in those years. And so I think in my book, I'm looking at this in two parts, right? The first is scenario 2 is more expensive by about $11 million. It does give us some additional flexibility. What's that flexibility worth to us? Do we think we'll be able to use that flexibility to defease more debt? If so, maybe that's the better option. And the second thing I look at is what's the consequence of adopting scenario 2 in terms of our maximum debt service. It's not a big difference. It's about $1 million difference in that period around 2028. Scenario 1, we're at 149.2 or so, and then it rises almost to 150 a couple years later. In scenario 2, it ticks over 150 and stays there for a few years. So I'm thinking ahead just a little bit and saying, that's kind of the crest right now of our debt repayments. And if we were to have a tough go in terms of the next several years and assess values and that sort of thing, that's where things could get a little squeaky in our repayment schedule. So I'm personally trying to weigh, does that $1 million in debt service make a ton of difference, or am I just more interested in the $11 million less expensive option in scenario 1? So if you were to force me into a corner right now, I think scenario 1 makes more sense simply because to the points that have been made earlier, I don't know that we have any immediate concerns about our ability to pay our debt service in the next several years, and that one's less expensive for us. But if we want some additional flexibility, then scenario 2 gives us that.
And additional cash in the later years.
So my only other kind of question or concern is, does the deferring of repayment line up with the assets we're purchasing to be a 20 or 30-year asset? And so, like, we have some technology on here, we have some buses on here, we have some other. So are we taking into account that time period of repayment with the life of these purchases?
Well, Alexis, remember the conversation about, we got into a pretty good habit of, especially with technologies and things that depreciate, and I'm not trying to influence you one way or another, I'm just trying to remind you of conversations that we've had. And trying to do things that depreciate in 10 years on a 10-year bond or a 15-year bond. But it has been shown over time that that's actually costing us more money and more expensive than just putting it all into the one bond. And John can explain that better than I can. But if we wanted to sort out, if you're thinking about, if you're saying, we're going to pay off technology in 5 years, well, the first 5 years of your payment can be, you can say it's going towards technology and paying that off. I'll let John explain how he explained it to me. But after he explained it to me, I go, oh, then we're really kind of hurting ourselves from doing these bonds on the ACV of items.
And I think that was actually sort of the point of this exercise for me in scenario 1 and scenario 2, was simply to illustrate that while you were growing, the value of you delaying your principal amortization a few years, in terms of given all the other constraints that we have, there's actually value in doing that in terms of total debt service savings and achieving your capital appreciation bond targets, and creating more room between your debt service requirement and your levy to actually affect refundings, which are not factored into this model, and convert more bonds even than just the defeasances would allow to. So that is sort of the point that I was making with scenario 2 versus scenario 1. But if you have rigid views about what's important to you, and one of those is the amortization of certain assets within 5 years or 15 years or 30 years, I think Kristen can talk a little bit about whether that is an IRS issue in terms of amortization of asset life and average lives. But if that's a core value to the district, that's a core value, and then we know that that's something we have to address specifically with our amortization. But I would just caution you, given all the uncertainty, given the fact that the rate curve is absolutely flat, it is largely flat from a historical context, and given all the sort of opportunities we're going to have in the next few years to do refundings like on the 12A series and the 14D series, I would just caution you from taking too aggressive an approach on this issue, because I think financially 5 to 10 years from now, you will have been better off if you just weren't aggressive. I wouldn't go any more aggressive than level debt service.
Can I jump in here and make an analogy? So we're going to have tax collections no matter what values do, right? They may not be at the level we've had, but we're going to have tax collections. We're looking at whether we're going to use those future tax collections to pay down more expensive debt that's already issued, or whether we're going to use those tax collections to pay off the debt that we're about to borrow at a much lower rate. So it's a matter of which debt do we want to pay first in the next 5 years, the expensive outstanding or the newly issued less expensive debt. And the amortization of the assets, I have to agree with Pam. You're making a payment of $110 million every year. You can say that's going towards those lower bonds, those short-term bonds.
But we're refinancing our house to buy computers. I mean, bottom line, I mean, are we repaying?
But when you take out a house loan, you're including your appliances in that as well. You're not taking out, I mean, you're buying the whole house. And so when we're buying computers for a school, we're buying the whole school. And we're paying millions of dollars each year towards that debt, whether it's the 5-year debt or the 10-year debt.
I think one of the board's, operating principles was, like Pam mentioned, and wanting to pay down those items that are, technology and things like that. But I think what supersedes that is we want to save money and whatever is going to save us the most amount of money. And I think John and Elaine did a really good job when you all spoke to us, and kind of helping, at least with me, it helped me see that while we have the best intention in thinking, hey, these other items that are losing value, we want to pay those out. We don't want to hold that debt. You explained to us perfectly how there was the flaw in that was that at times it was costing us more. And what you just said right now, once again, makes sense where, yes, I would like to pay those items out, but bottom line, I want to do what's ever going to save us the most amount of money, right? And if we say that this amount that we're paying down is going to this or to that, I want to do bottom line, what's going to save us the most amount of money. And if it's paying down this other debt first, because that's, more expensive, then I think that's what we need to focus on, is more, rather than the items, what's costing us the most, and how are we going to save the most amount of dollars, and not getting too caught up in what we purchased with that item, what the actual item was. But a dollar's a dollar, and whatever's going to save us the most amount of those dollars, that's what I'm going to want us to do. Also for me,
I mentioned this when I spoke to John and Elaine when we went in a little more detail, and I appreciate you all giving me that time, giving us that time to do that. This is new for me, and I know some of my fellow board members have gone through this process and have a lot more historical knowledge with this. But you going through basically line by line and year by year, I really appreciated that. And we hired you for your expertise. You can spend a lot of time explaining those and spend 2 hours going through line by line with me. But I imagine you still know better than I do. So if you're telling me that long term you think scenario, you think that second one is better for us, I'm going to trust your opinion over mine. So
And if I thank you for that, and let me offer up one other thing to you. I don't want to create a bunch of sort of sub scenarios, but it's been presented to you as sort of a scenario one and a scenario two. The answer may be in the middle. Okay. I mean, when you scrub the project list tonight of the 105 million, if there's 17 million of that dollars worth of assets that are typically 5-year assets, maybe the difference is we delay principal for 3 years and then we amortize those 17, then we amortize some of that principal in years 4 and 5. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an all or none approach. I just had an all or none approach to illustrate sort of the cumulative impact of that sort of decision making over the life of the financial model.
Right, because at the end of the day, I mean, we're accountable to our taxpayers, and I want to be fiscally responsible in a purchase that doesn't have a life of 20 or 30 years and go on a all-out shopping spree in a time when people in our community are losing their jobs or losing their homes. I just want us to be fiscally responsible in a way. I get the model's great, but I think we do need to eventually look at that we're not charging out things that the life of that loan far exceeds their use to us, just to be, again, fiscally responsible to our taxpayers.
I think it's more fiscally responsible to save money. And whether the item is still in use or not in use, I want to pay back what's going to cost us the most first. And just I'm thinking about it in dollars. And I think what's most fiscally responsible is saving the most number of dollars. And what I see, I mean, I know that this board said we need to pay down those items that are losing, that we might not even be using anymore, right? Like, I mean, that's a great point, Alexis. And I think Pam and Aaron and Grace and Trish and Jim and everyone that was here before, I mean, we saw that we were paying items that weren't there and we didn't want to do that. And I think that sounds right, but when John and Elaine are telling us that in the long run, that may cost us more money, not all the time, but at times, depending on, what we're paying down, I think we need to not get so caught up in the item and get more caught up in the dollars and what's going to save us the most amount of money. And I think it's more fiscally responsible for us to be saving dollars.
And Gloria, I'm not going to belabor the point, but you're absolutely correct. We have different debt instruments out there, right? That over time, every dollar that we borrowed against that, one of them may cost us $1.20 at the end. One of them may cost us $1.50 at the end. One of them may cost us $4.17 at the end, right? And so you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter what that initial purchase was for at this point. If we can spend $1 to save $4.17 versus spend $1 to save $1.10, we want to go after that debt, right? So what the original debt was, not as important as making sure that we're getting the absolute best bang for the buck. And not to pick a scab, but there were times that we were using 30-year cabs to buy computers that last 5 years. And then we would refinance it even though the computers had long since been scrapped, right? we are so much further ahead now. And I have a lot of confidence in John and Elaine and the work that they're doing. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not about what the item is. It's about which one of these instruments can we get rid of that's going to save us the most amount of money in the long run. And the more money we save, the more money we put in front of kids, right? So you're absolutely right.
I just think it's a prudent conversation that I know I'm rehashing,
No,
but in the bond process, we made promises that we would not, we would match the life of these loans to the life of the product. And that was part of all of that I was part of. And in these fiscally times, yes, I want to save and maximize our dollars, but I don't think it's prudent for us to go on a $140 million spending spree when people are losing. I mean, we're up to what, 28 million job loss in our country? So I just think, we need to have these conversations about life items because yes, these bonds were approved by our community in a time where we had no idea this type of situation could happen to us, and that where we've lost 28 million jobs, that's a 10-year low. That's a 10-year job loss that we've of gains that we had lost. And so the model is not my biggest concern. It's that we're going to spend no matter what in an economy where that's not the wisest avenue. I think we should repay these cabs. I think we should defease. I think we should do those things and save the dollars. I do want to save those dollars. So that's not my concern. My concern is on these other new buildings and things where we're not withholding some of the promises we made during these bond committee meetings.
Alexis, when I look over the status of bond projects, some of these we have already approved as a GMP. We're already kind of in the process there. I think your question about new construction that's coming up, we have GMPs that are coming before us for approval, and so don't think your conversation cannot be had. That's why I asked John before we started this conversation. We're voting on some parameters, but we are not stopping that conversation that you want to have on new construction and construction, right? Do we need that?
Right.
And
Yeah.
then
And withholding some promises that we made along the way.
And so then I see two other areas in here that kind of go, or maybe three. I see that GMPs that I don't know if but the buses, we promised we were going to do that to the community. We said we were moving forward on that. So we just, if you have a question, let's follow back up, right? Loop back around on that and the technology and make sure, kind of pull out the bond projects and let's see the areas where the real concerns are. And that's definitely a conversation we can continue. I'm approving the parameters tonight doesn't stop that, right, John?
Yes.
Okay. So then the questions are, looking at the parameters tonight, we have a motion on the floor. It's been made by Pam, seconded by Jim. Do you have any questions about that before I do a vote? So I want to make sure you're all very comfortable that you know what you're voting on. John, do you want to add any clarification or any thoughts after this conversation?
No, again, and that I appreciate it. Again, we're just sort of starting the motion. Again, Elaine, when you delegate tonight, I think we've already talked about, we're going to have a couple of opportunities. We maybe have an opportunity to come back to you and present sort of a final plan prior to any pricing. And even into the pricing, Elaine has the opportunity to say no at any given point. Just wanted to reiterate that one more time.
Any more discussion, board members, before we hold the vote? John, I'm going to need to ask you to maybe give back the screen so I can see everybody's hands, or else it's going to be forever as I scroll through trying to recount. And I promise you, I will have to go through a couple times.
I think you're gonna. Something happened, so I think
Okay.
Oh, here, wait. I'm sorry. Here we go. There it is.
I can just scroll.
There we go.
Oh, there we all are. Okay. All right. So we have a motion on the floor and a second, and I need to restate the motion. We're on the 2020A bond series. The motion was to adopt the order authorizing the issuance of Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds Series 2020A. The perimeters are in the letter. Without further discussion, we're going to go ahead and ask for your aye votes. If you vote aye for the motion, please signify by doing so by raising your hand. Yeah, 7. Sorry, takes a while to look at all the screens. All right, the motion passes unanimously. We are now on to the next bond series. I need a motion for that.
My screen just went off.
And I'd just like to clarify, there are 2 orders, one for the refunding and one for the new money. So the same discussion applies to both.
Am I on? Great. I move the board adopt an order authorizing the issuance of Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Refunding Bond Series 2020B.
And I second.
I have a motion from Pam, a second from Jim. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, board, very much. Thank you, John. Thank you, Kristen, really appreciate it. And Elaine, given the discussion we've had on some of those bond lists, maybe you can circle back with the board members and just give us an update on what we have already approved and maybe some of the items that might have a shorter life, so we can just make sure we understand which ones we're talking about, so we can all be on the same page. Does that work, Alexis?
Thank you.
All right, well, not to stop very intense discussion, let's move on and talk about Tarvin Elementary. Considering the approval of guaranteed maximum price GMP number 1 for the elementary number 28 Tarvin Elementary. And board members, I appreciate your attention and deliberateness and thoughtfulness. There's some really hard conversations and good conversations to have for our students. So thank y'all so much. Vinny? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. After last week's board meeting, y'all did question about how the COVID-19 would have the impact on student projections in the future. And so I did reach out to several large developers that have, fast growth in their neighborhoods and their developments. And so, which is Larkspur and Palmetto Ridge and the Parkside developers. And so basically I did summarize it in the letter, but bottom line is they continue to have new home sales and are developing additional lots as we speak. The future projects, they did say they are pausing those for about 60 days to learn, to see more what's going to be happening in the near future. And so, but their current developments are still moving strong. Of course, they have seen a reduction in new home sales about 40 to 60% on their lowest peak, but they have been seeing slow tick ups in home sales again the last 3 weeks. I did sit in a webinar yesterday with a national research group that there was over 4,400 people on this webinar, and they were talking about COVID and the impact of the housing market. And they basically repeated what the local developers had said. 2 weeks ago, there was a 36% drop in new home sales. And then this week, they're at 31% drop in new home sales. So they've seen a tick up in new home sales nationwide also. And they expect to see a spike this summer, actually, in new home sales again. And so the developers are, seeing some continued growth. They did anticipate, actually, at the lowest point to see zero growth. They thought new home sales would stop, and they have not seen that. And they attributed that to the Austin economy. As we've seen in the past, downturn in the economy, Leander didn't stop growing. We actually still grew. It just was slower. And they think we're going to see the same thing this time around. And so after I did speak with them, reached out to our demographer, population survey analyst, and in the discussion with them, they said the same thing is right now, Elementary 28 or Tarvin Elementary is really their to relieve existing crowding. You have overcrowding issues currently. This will help relieve that. They said what you really have to look at is elementary 29, because that's going to relieve Plain and Larkspur, which when you look at that new growth, it's predominantly going to be new home sales. And so if we're going to see it, we're going to see it with those school enrollment numbers this coming fall. And they said when they do their update, that will be a major consideration for future projections in student projections as well as facility plan, long-range plan. And so under what their recommendation is, 28 is still needed, and it's to relieve the overcrowding. Basically, it's going to end up helping Parkside and Aiken ultimately. And so if y'all have any questions, but we are looking for possible action tonight.
So really the discussion comes in the future of next building wave, whether we need that elementary according to what the future is going to hold.
Yeah, when we start school next year with Plain and Larkspur, when you look at their enrollments, if they're down, that's going to be a good indication the new home sales flag is hitting. That's where we're going to see it, because Parkside and Aiken are overcrowded currently.
Jimmy, when we talked at our last meeting, remember we did our agenda review for the audience. If anybody's watching our agenda review, we had discussions on all these items last week. This is coming back where we're voting. When we had those discussions, one of the questions was asked, do we need to vote on this tonight? Could we delay it? And I think you indicated if it was, I mean, you're really looking at maybe one meeting, I think is what you said. And then you're really getting into a concern if we did think we were going to delay.
Yeah, I mean, 1 month now is going to be critical, and come August 2021, because of the COVID-19 and the construction guidelines as far as safety and precautions that we have to take on the job sites, it's going to take longer to build the building. And our fear is if something does go or it gets a little worse, we won't make it in August of 2021 and we'll be mid-year, which is devastating for the learning. And so our preference, of course, is to move forward and get this under construction within 2 to 3 weeks. Actually, it would be under construction. We're waiting on the final permit right now.
Board members.
It is on action tonight. I will read the motion and then we can continue discussion. I move that the board approve GMP number 1 in the amount of $11,142,202 for elementary 28.
I'm going to second.
I have a motion from Pam, a second from Grace. Any other conversation? There were a lot of questions last meeting, so I'm just waiting because I just don't want to go through this and you'll think, well, I wish I had asked my question. So
I just think we need to relieve the overcrowding that we have now and not delay. I don't want to get behind. The district did some of that back in the 80s, which was before my time on the board. But once you get behind, it's hard to catch back up.
Alexis, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm struggling. We have 2 schools operating at half capacity. We got ourselves in a weird situation with Reed where we, had a building and couldn't afford teachers. And we're kind of having these disjointed conversations where's the efficiency? Where are we going to plug in some efficiency, some effectiveness? I mean,
One thing to consider is, one thing we haven't had before is pre-K. When we start the pre-K next year, we're going to see a lot of our facilities become a lot better utilized. It's going to take up some of the slack in those facilities, because when we looked at the campuses to put pre-K, we actually targeted schools that had the capacity. And so you're going to take up a lot of the excess capacity at those campuses. And so it'll be a different landscape come next fall with pre-K starting in our district. That's going to help a lot of that now.
Jimmy, I've heard conversations, questions. Even our last meeting, there was a question about a Reed Elementary situation, and I remember a little bit about Reed. Tell me how Tarvin we think is going to be different, or how are we not looking around the corners? How are we making sure we're looking around those corners so we're making good decisions with Tarvin?
I will say, Reed was based on a lot of growth at the time and also overcrowding. But then with the cost, I will say, if you delay it 1 year to sit on it, you're probably looking at between 2 and 2.5 million more in construction cost also. And we found that with Reed when the final cost ended up saving money for what we actually spent. And so it's a hard one, but with the existing overcrowding and the potential over the additional cost, I think it'd be wise to move forward with this since we do have existing overcrowding in our buildings.
All right. Well, and this goes to some of the bond items that we were talking about earlier, those bond project items. This is that process. We're approving GMPs. And so this is giving the district the go-ahead. Board members, if there's no further conversation. Gloria, did you want to say something?
I appreciated the comment Jimmy made about pre-K. I was looking at this, I thought, well, we don't want to be stuck in that same Reed situation. So I appreciated both of those comments, hearing about the construction cost, and if we did get into some type of situation where we couldn't open it, no one wants that, and I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if it would save us money to build now, then we know, we're going to need it. I also think that right now we're already overcrowded, and we need to prepare for pre-K come this fall. And pre-K is going to put a lot of those schools that are not crowded right now to their capacity. So thank you, Jimmy, for bringing up those points.
So this may sound awkward, but when Alexis talks, I listen. And so I'm interested, Alexis, in what concern you have. And as a follow-up question to Jimmy, what happens if we don't approve this tonight and we wait to see what the other end of COVID looks like? And now you said there's some additional cost. If we went ahead and did this now, and let's say the building does sit empty, how long does that building sit empty before we have used up any potential savings by moving forward now? Does that question make sense?
Yes, I'm trying to remember. Reed sat empty for
1 year.
Was it one? I thought it was two or three for some reason. Because Styles sat empty. We delayed Styles, and I know we sat through and used, the Reed Elementary as offices while we, vacated it. And so there is a cost. It's minimal the first year if you have a year of it sitting there, you have, of course, depending on what your bond payments are, but utility wise, it's minimal because you're just cycling the units to control humidity within the building. And then you either have people walk in the building, or like we did, we actually housed some people in the building to occupy a couple classrooms just to keep, quote, security in the building. They did the walkthroughs. They made sure it was secure. And so, 2.5 million, I know when we looked at the overall cost at Reed, considering the cost of construction increase and the cost that we occurred, I don't have it at my fingertips, but it was cheaper to build the building early and do what we did over that period of time. I remember we ran the numbers and actually showed that it was actually cheaper in the long run to build it up front and then do what we had to do while it was sat empty. we can look for
But
those.
the reason we kept it closed is because it was cheaper for us to do that than to open it. We were actually saving money. I know it's a weird word, doing that. So we kept it, we could have opened it, but it was cheaper not to. Carrie Lynn's shaking her head. She remembers that.
It was from a staffing level, yes. That's the budget cuts.
Yep, that's all the tough decisions that had to be made by this board in the spring of 2011. The point Alexis makes is one that, I mean, it concerned me, which is why I raised it last week. And recognize that at the point that this school is constructed and that we're hiring staff to teach in this school will be in the new biennium. And I don't know what that budget environment's going to look like, right? But it certainly creates a very similar risk profile to what we saw with Reed. And I think there's a very real potential that even though we would like to be able to open it, even though we have kiddos that would like to attend it, I don't know what our budget situation is going to be and if it will allow us to staff it. I think that's the concern.
Right, with oil falling out, I mean, I think we're gonna see heavy cuts, and I can't vote on spending money for a building to sit. I don't know. There's gotta be a better way. I know we don't have a crystal ball, we can't look into the future, but the cuts are coming, the money's not gonna flow. I mean, I really am struggling with this spend it all mentality, and I'm struggling really hard.
I can understand that struggle. I really do. I think we're a little too close to the decision to be able to alter the decision at this point in time. So the recommendation that I would make tonight is that we do continue with Parvin Elementary because we already have pressure from existing students. I don't think we can tell at this point if that's going to drop off or not. We will have time to, because we're fast growth again, we will have time to back off of elementary number 29 if that becomes necessary. But I think we can easily misstep if we don't construct elementary number 28 and the growth continues as it has in the past and as it's predicted to do for right now in the future. Once we get behind, it's very hard to catch up. And so my recommendation to you tonight is to approve this GMP and to go ahead and construct Parvin Elementary School on schedule so that we can relieve the overcrowding that's happening in our existing schools in that area.
I have a question for Carrie Lynn. Carrie Lynn, have we hired for elementary 28? Have we started that hiring?
No,
Okay.
no, we haven't. We will, there should be, if I'm remembering correctly, there should be positions in the budget next year as like the principal, some of those early positions, but we haven't hired any for elementary 28 yet.
I didn't imagine we would, not that early, but just wanted to make sure. I mean, so even if we built this and something happened, it's not like we would have sent contracts out or put people in positions where we wouldn't be able to open a school for them. We'd know well in advance before doing anything like that. Correct?
Yeah, right, that's correct. We would look at hiring the principal around October, November, December of next year. We've even waited as late as January or February for hiring a principal for an elementary. So we can certainly hold that decision as we move forward. Just, depending on how much time we need to see what the economy and what the changes are going to be. So yeah, we could certainly delay that a little bit out next year.
To Alexis's question, on the bottom list, I also see elementary school 29 and 30 on the list. But we're not approving or those GMPs haven't come before us on discussions yet, right?
No. And the only thing that's in our project list for the bond sale is designed for 29. It's not even construction, it's just design.
Does that come before the board so they
Oh,
can have
definitely, yes.
before that one? Okay, so I don't know if that relieves you of anything for you, Alexis, but it does let you know kind of where those projects haven't come before us. So this one is 28. So we're not talking about 29 or 30. I don't know if that helps or not. And then the other thing is, we've been talking about having a facility plan, and I was curious when we think that might come back to the board. I think that would help a little bit as we're having some of these discussions. And granted, a facility plan might look different for the fall, but still, I think you are having some of those discussions, but kind of that coordination with the board so we can have those discussions, I think, make these decisions a little easier.
Yes, I know we're discussing a long-range facility plan. Of course, with COVID-19, it has definitely thrown a lot of other questions into the plan. I mean, I think Aaron brought up some of the points last night. If we have a hybrid of remote learning, what's our facilities look like in the planning? You almost have to have plan A and plan B because there are so many variables that we don't know yet that will drive that plan. And so I know I'm sitting in webinars with other states just to hear what they're doing on planning because we are in uncharted territory on trying to develop plans when we don't know what the future holds for us, how we're going to be teaching those kids. It'll have a dramatic impact on our facility plan if we have to do social distancing or if we're doing remote learning. All that's going to change our landscape in a lot of variables. And so we're having discussions trying to come up with where people think it's going to land to try to develop those plans. And I'm currently working on it, but there's just so many unknowns right now.
Well, I feel like we've given you the go-ahead on so many parts of 28. I feel like I need to continue with that, but I am curious about the future ones and how we, to Lex's point, kind of, and Aaron's and all the board, how do we balance this? So I think we need more discussions on that before we get some more of these, GMPs coming before us.
This will be the last school one for close to a year. Well, we'll have the second part of it, but for another school, that'll be it for a year.
Any other discussion, board members? Okay. All right. I had a motion was it from Pam and a second from Grace? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And motions in front of us. So without further conversation, I'm going to call for a vote unless y'all have any conversation. I'm looking for heads. We're approving the GMP in the amount of $11,142,202. Okay. All right. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 6 ayes. All those nay? 1 nay. And then I guess that adds up all the totals. So why would I ask for abstain? All right. All right. Very good. Yes, I know. My math's there. I promise y'all. I promise. It's just the little tiles I'm counting up. Okay. For the Donna, are you taking our roll? Do you have all this down, or do I need to have people call out names when we're not doing a unanimous motion?
I have it.
Okay. Just want to make sure we keep our records great. Okay, Jimmy, guess what? You're up again.
Next one is GMP number 2 for Steiner Ranch Elementary HVAC update. This is one of the projects that was in the bond sale that is new and has not been under construction. Tarvin and this one are 2 of the projects that are, new projects. But this is to do what we did at Giddens Elementary last time. And so this will start the replacement of all the air conditioning system, carpet, lights, paint, etc. major update over 2 summers. And so this will be GMP2, and this will be for this summer's work and get us, well, take care of next summer too, but we'll have a bond sale for that one. But this will start the project at Steiner Ranch. And if the board does choose, this will actually, May 1st, the teachers will have their stuff boxed up, and we will be starting probably May 4th on this project.
Jimmy, I have a question on this one. The recommendation says GMP2, but the motion says GMP1.
It is GMP2. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then I will move that the board approve GMP2.
Yes.
Okay, 2 in the amount of $6,460,189 for Steiner Ranch Elementary School HVAC update.
Second.
I have a motion from Grace and a second from Pam. Any other discussion? I'm going to ask for a vote if there's no more discussion. Okay. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. 7 ayes, unanimous. So motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Jimmy, I asked for Elaine this information, but I guess y'all two might need to work together. If you could go through that bond list to let us know which projects the board has already kind of given you approval on with GMPs. If it's not a GMP, then tell us what, so we know what's kind of still coming before the board for those discussions. That I think will help prepare us better.
Yes, I went through my list and marked what's underway already, what's complete, that we're finalizing payments, and then what are new projects right now. And that's 2 of mine. And this one here, the next one, is somewhat, you consider it almost a new project, but it's a completion of all the vestibule work that we've been doing. So I don't know how you would consider it, but this is the, you've already done a GMP. This is GMP number 2 for the security upgrades for the last 2 high schools, Glenn and Rouse, and then Leo. And so again, this work, we've had good meetings with principals, and if the board approves this, we'll be starting the work probably within a week and a half. So we've had a lot of cooperation with the principals getting stuff boxed up, and so we can use the extra time to work on these projects.
Okay. I need a motion in a second.
I move that the board approve GMP number 2 in the amount of $2,805,448 for security upgrades at Glenn High School, Rouse High School, Leander Extended Opportunity, otherwise known as Leo, and New Hope High School.
Second.
I have a motion from Pam, second from Grace. Any other discussion, board members? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Unanimous, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Jimmy, thank you for the information and for following up. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
We will now move on to our student experience report learning update, phase 2 from Matt, I think. Dr. Gary, oh, Matt.
Hi, Madam President, members of the board. So we did do the presentation last week. And so if there are any additional questions, I am available for that.
Now, I feel that our district might be in the best position to manage expectations of the parents. And when I say that, what I mean is, as a parent myself, sometimes I find myself somewhat stressing, going, oh, did he get or did she get that part? Or was that learning? Or what? How long should they have spent on the computer? Did they rush through it? Do I need to send them back? What are, if you can tell us, you think the expectations we should have as parents, or is there a way to help us understand, you know, I'm guessing learning might not look at all, but I guess it just seems so different. And I know you're getting questions and I know you're sending out surveys, so I appreciate that, but kind of help managing. I hear all the great stuff we're doing, but can you tell me kind of our hitches and our giddy ups and kind of how we're having to tweak as we move along, or what things parents need to be aware of?
Yeah. Absolutely. Good question. So there are a lot of challenges involved with doing the emergency or the remote learning that we're doing. And each child and each family actually presents kind of different and unique challenges. And so, where one kid or one student is breezing through his work and wants more, other parents are communicating to us through Let's Talk that the workload, or even students, we had a really articulate and eloquent plea for a lighter workload from other students, and parents as well, saying that it's a lot. And so really the important piece there is just that it is more challenging for the teacher sometimes to assess a student's level of difficulty, because it is not as easy to walk around the virtual classroom and check on students while they're working and in real time do those checks for understanding that the teachers in our system are very proficient at in a brick and mortar setting. But in the virtual setting, it's not as easy while the student is working. And so they'll ask questions, they'll be evaluating kind of what the students turn in, but really the best way for us to most efficiently help students or give students what they need is for the student or the parent to reach out directly to the teacher and say, hey, my kid's breezing through stuff. Matt Bentz told me that you have extension activities to deepen the learning. I've been to the Parent Hub, but I'd like to know exactly how my student can best prepare for the next course in this sequence. What can we do? Or, hey, my student really needs some time with you individually, and we set that up. I'm giving permission, and I'd really like to have him get in on a Zoom call with you so he can work on some of these things he's struggling with. But the point is, each kid is differently, and our teachers, they are, I was celebrating them earlier today in our webinar, but they are really doing very well. And it's just they all start in different places with this ability and proficiency and experience with remote learning. None of them, very few of them, I should say. I don't want to get the one teacher coming online and saying, but I am. Very few of them went to college to become online instructors and are not credentialed online instructors. So the learning curve is different for each teacher. The teachers are getting better, are really increasing in their proficiency to do this kind of work. And the kids are too, and so are the families. So, but I don't know if I'm answering your question. I feel like maybe I should just put a period right there and let you ask the next one.
So, but for parents or for our community, the type of learning that you're experiencing right now, your teachers are working through it. Leander District's working through it, but this is phase 2. There's not any changes planned. This is our crisis online learning until we graduate in May.
Well, yes, ma'am. So we, like you said, you intimated that we are sending out surveys tomorrow, along with every single student in our system is getting a progress report or a report card tomorrow. And we are already crunching the numbers for you, in particular with high school on the pass rates versus incompletes. And the pass rates are very high, and we are able to work with principals on which students need additional assistance, and teachers, honestly, as we look at percentage rates that might be an anomaly compared to some of the other ones. But to your point, we are gathering information, and we would be looking to make some tweaks potentially to phase 2, but we did build phase 2. I just keep using Aaron's word because I love it. It just rolls off the tongue, to be durable and to get us through May 29th. We are already gaming out what phase 3 would look like. And, Jimmy talked about 2 scenarios. Right now, it feels more like 5 or 6. And, while it was a fascinating discussion you all had at the budget meeting yesterday, and our conversations mirrored a lot of the potential scenarios and what those might look like. We are investigating and looking at learning management systems so that we can really offer, to the consistency and of structures and instruction to be able to really have a high quality online instruction and experience. Moving on from what some people are calling the emergency remote learning to a real solid online experience that we could put up against any of the other organizations that were offering, online learning before this all started.
And you bring up a good point too, as we talked about budget. Hotspots, are hotspots in the discussions? Are those things you're gonna need, or should the board be expecting to see that? How are y'all doing?
So I know that they are in the discussion, and as far as details there, there's kind of the current and then there's the future. And I would actually leave that to Laurelyn Arterberry, Dr. Arterberry, to kind of elaborate on any questions relative to that. But I do know that is part of the survey as well. I think it's question number 3 with the parents is, are you experiencing any of the following barriers or challenges to your learning? And we listed out about maybe 10 things, if I'm remembering correctly. And that was one of them, so that we can continue to work through that piece and ensure that, whether it's hotspots, whether it's, they still haven't been able to get devices because they can't go to our distribution centers. If it's, we need to start, we've talked about not wanting to go hard copies because that's not really the best way to ensure that we're getting high quality learning. But if we needed to, we're going to do whatever it takes to get to really make that 100% effort to get to each and every child.
This is Bodie, updating on hotspots. What we've done is we have some mobile hotspots on order, and we're just waiting on the vendor to get these to us. As with every other school district in the state and the country, we're all requesting these. So once those come in, we are working with our campus leaders and principals to determine the best places to provide those to staff and students throughout the district. We also have some hotspots coming in, and Terrace and our transportation team are working on utilizing some of our buses as mobile hotspots, and we could possibly deploy these throughout the district as well. They have about a half a mile radius, and so we hope to have one of those in either tomorrow or this weekend that we could begin demoing and then be able to provide that service. So as soon as I have information, I'll be happy to update Dr. Gearing and he can share with you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know it's a lot, so I'm sure all the board members can have tons of thanks. I just would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for all the work and all the effort. Of course, we realize heroic educators, the teachers and the parents and the students. We're all in this together. So thank you so much for all that. Aaron, did you have a question?
I did. I'd reached out to Dr. Gearing previously when I was contacted by a member of the local business community who operates a local business and can't, in the current environment, open that business, but has internet capability at that business and could potentially make that accessible. There's, I think, an opportunity to work with our local chamber and identify business locations, business sites where internet service might be provided, guest internet service. It would be, we wouldn't control the access the same way that we can through internet that we provide directly, but we might be able to create a sign or something that they could put in a window that lets people know that they're welcoming LASD students to use their guest Wi-Fi or something like that.
I don't want to remain on mute if I'm supposed to be answering that question, Aaron. I don't know if it's more rhetorical or Dr. Gearing. I'm happy to talk a little bit about it, but okay, I guess the vote. Go ahead, sir.
No, Aaron and I did talk about that briefly, but we've not had any follow-up from any other businesses as of this time.
So we're still moving forward. Matt, you'll get us an update on the surveys when you get that?
Absolutely. And they are ready to go. Worked with Corey's team and Sarah Martinez to get them looking professional and worded correctly. And yes, we'll definitely have that along with information about participation rates and and success. What's the success rates as far as progress reporting. So
That's tremendous. It's tremendous. It's a lot of work in the community. Definitely is a community effort.
it,
Any other questions, y'all, on remote learning?
a lot of talented people working for us here in Leander ISD. So I just want to thank them.
Definitely. Did not let that opportunity pass to thank them. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to the next part of our agenda then. If there are no further questions. We have a triple bell schedule for 2020, 2021. I'm under the impression this is more of just kind of a recap of what happened. I'd like to, ask the board to limit any deliberation because we really want to make sure the public knows and is available to comment. So if you just want to give us a quick recap, that'd be great.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. I am having technical problems, so I'm actually holding my phone right now. And so I'm not using my computer. Dr. Arterberry is going to go through the slides for me, and I'm going to turn off my video. But I did want everybody to know it is actually me that is talking. But I'm going to turn my video off so I can go through the presentation, and Dr. Arterberry is going to share her screen, and I will begin the presentation. So the purpose of Dr. Arterberry, can you hear me? Next slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to update the Board of Trustees on the thought exchange feedback provided by the community and share the Bell Schedule Committee's recommended Bell Schedule for the 2020-21 school year. Next slide, please. This evening, I would like to begin with a brief recap of the work over the last 2 years and more recently, the work after the last presentation administration, most notably Dr. Matt Smith made to the board in January. As you remember, a committee was formed in 2018 to look at our school's start and end time. The committee consisted of district administration, principals, trustees, and teachers, and the committee met multiple times over an 18-month period. Next slide, please. The committee was driven by three big questions. How do we learn, how do we use all available resources to improve outcomes for students? What do we need to consider when we talk about student start time and end time? And there were some items that we talked about in that question very specifically. Academics, the impact that our Bell schedules have on parents and families, the impact that it has on student activities, the operation of our day-to-day business. And then the third question, what is working well and what could we improve with our current Bell schedules? Traffic issues, of course, came up. The instructional minutes, the needs and desires. We know we have some needs when it comes to CTE and International Baccalaureate. And when we look at our elementary schedule, there's not a lot of time for students to transition. They go to class to class to class, and there's not a lot of time for transition. And then just transportation, being able to get to our students to school on time and home in a reasonable amount of time. And then something that was dear to our middle school principals was those event times that middle school's athletes and fine arts students and other events that they attend, and they get out later, and so it was an impact to them. And then one that I know as a former principal and assistant principal, the sharing of buses at the middle school and the high school level, having different levels of students on one bus can cause concerns. And so in January, we presented three recommendations to the Board of Trustees. A three-tier system with a minimum of 40 minutes between drop-offs added to each level. The next was adding minutes to each level. And then the third was seek feedback from our community on these proposed changes. In January, we did seek feedback from our community based on the proposed schedule that you see here on the screen. And then we went back to our community with a thought exchange with the prompt that you see there on the right. Next slide, please. This was one of our most popular thought exchanges we've had within the district. Had almost 4,800 participants that participated in the thought exchange, and the participants provided almost 2,900 unique thoughts. Now, like I said, this has been one of our most visited thought exchanges. Go ahead, Lillian. This just gives you a little bit more detail of the participants, parents, students, teachers, community members. It was a wide variety of people that participated. Here are the top 6 themes the community asked us to consider as we look at bell schedule. And you can see that late in time had the most submissions. Some of the things that came up in those descriptions for late in time was extracurriculars, concern about pushing the end time back further for high schools, which would cause later time for students to get home and do homework and spend time with their families, to be with younger siblings, and to work. The next was traffic. Really, it comes down to the amount of time that our students are on the bus. We know we have some areas of the district, especially in the 4 Points area, where traffic is a major concern, and that we could have safety concerns of the traffic and the amount of time that our students are on buses, able to get out of campuses. And so traffic was a big concern. And then extending day, very, very similar to the late in time, but really came up that we are cutting into family time and gives less time for students to do homework and extracurriculars. Next slide, please. The next is the average of each of those ratings. And you can see actually late in time still had the highest rating of importance of all the items. When we go into the rating, extended day and minutes versus day comes up to tie for second. When it comes to minutes versus days, the comments that came up were, if we're going to extend the day by adding minutes, are we at some point in our calendar going to shorten the days within our calendar for instruction? That was not a task of the committee, and so it was not work that we did or were considering when we went into looking at triple bell schedule. But there were comments in the thought exchange in regards to the trade-off of minutes versus days. Next slide, Lorlin, please. And then here are just some of the thoughts that you can see, the top 5 thoughts for the thought exchange. And they all come to the late in time for secondary students and the extended day. As you remember, if you look back at that schedule, that proposed bell schedule, go ahead, Lorlin, please. If you looked at the January proposed bell schedule, you can see high school was extended to 4:20 in the afternoon. And that 4:20 led the thoughts and the rating for the community, and was the #1 theme they wanted us to look at and to consider as we are looking at bell schedules. So based on the feedback of the committee, or excuse me, the community, members of the committee, we had the ability to do one face-to-face meeting with the committee, of some members of the committee right before the spring break. And then, as you can imagine, over the last few weeks, it's been more difficult to bring the full committee together in one meeting. But I have given principals an opportunity to provide feedback. And then we allowed, I now work closely with transportation. And so I have spent time with Myron and Wilson, our Director of Transportation, and Stephen Bentley to discuss the minimum time frame, the 40 minutes that we were looking at. And based on all that feedback, based on the feedback from the principals and the committee, we have proposed a new bell schedule that ties into the different themes and goes into what the community wanted us to consider as we built. I know there are some things in here that don't necessarily tie into the January meeting. In the last presentation with the 40 minutes, the times do look different. We did continue to extend the high school time to 20 minutes, but we shortened the elementary and middle school time. Actually asked that question of the elementary principals, would you like additional 10 minutes or 15 minutes? If it was 15 minutes, you would start 5 minutes early, and it was overwhelming. We would rather have the 10 minutes that allows us the transition time, and that 5 minutes is a pretty major deal when it comes to students being able to arrive on time. So,
John,
yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick question. On the start times, are those beginning times when the first bell rings or when the tardy bell rings?
That is when the tardy bell rings.
Okay, thank you.
John, can you talk about the IB situation? That was a lot of the high school discussions in the first several meetings we had. I don't see where we're giving more time to IB.
So I did speak to personally to Mr. Simpson and to Mr. Little, our two principals of the IB campus, and we are giving 20 minutes, and it's not the full amount that would be ideal, would be recommended, but they believe that this meets the need for both campuses, and they actually both agreed that that this is a good bell schedule, and they both were behind this new proposed bell schedule.
So John, I appreciate you bringing us a recap. I do anticipate this is on our May agenda. You're planning to bring this back so we can have full deliberation then, and
Yes,
so they can speak into it. Board members, if you have any other questions that you'd like to see John incorporate into the presentation, please feel free to let him know, and we will be discussing this in May.
Yeah, hey, I get that it's in May, but why can't we discuss some things tonight on this?
Well, one, it's April, and there's a lot of public participation. Public would probably want to know, be more invested ahead of time. But yeah, if you have some questions you want to ask John, feel free.
Yeah, John, can you get maybe, without going through a lot of work, possibly some notes on why some of these decisions were made, just in a Friday memo, just an update in that regard. That way we won't have to rehash why some decisions were made. One was the IB schedule, why these times. I'm kind of frankly surprised at the thought exchange. So that's good to see that. But maybe some other the comments. I mean, we all know about traffic, an extended day. I don't know, just some of those items really are confusing me. I'd like to know why some of these decisions were made.
Yes, ma'am, I would be glad to, and I have some extensive notes based on the thought exchange after I met with Daniel, and he provided the information to me and the meeting, and so I'll be glad to provide some additional details in a Friday memo.
That'd be perfect, and please, executive summaries are just fine. I don't need every detail out there.
And I would like to remind the board too, our community is, we did let them know, I talked to Dr. Gehring ahead of time of kind of the schedule of how we're having discussions. The community is ready for us to, dig into this and other hard discussions we're going to need starting in May. Gloria?
If John could bring back to us in May or in one of those Friday memos, very related to what Pam said, can you remind us again, what was the goal? What was the goal of changing the schedule? And I remember when we first talked about this, and I thought, this was important. it was either John or maybe Matt saying, this is what the principals wanted. And these were recommendations. And I think that's really important. And if you could remind us what the goal was and how the principals who this is going to impact, they're going to hear from their students, from parents, from teachers, how the principals felt this was going to accomplish those goals. That would help me just to have that in May when we discuss that.
Well said, Gloria. That's what I meant, John.
Be glad to.
John, I have one question related to the middle school times in particular. My recollection is that we intentionally were lengthening the middle school day somewhat significantly. And it seems like we're giving almost all of that back. I'm trying to understand why we reversed course there.
Of all the discussion that we had with middle school principals, one of the items that they talked about, they feel very comfortable with the amount of minutes within their day to accomplish the instructional instructional requirements. The minutes was more driven by high school and elementary. And speaking to the middle school principals, there was really not any push to add those minutes to the middle school day. The first proposed schedule that you saw, it created the same amount of time within the 3 levels. This new schedule creates the same amount of time between elementary and middle school, but extends the high school by a few more minutes than the other 2 levels. But in my conversations with middle school principals, they did not see the need for the additional minutes to be able to accomplish what they need to in the instructional day.
Yeah, okay. I think I made a typo. So I think it's not actually as large a delta as I originally thought.
Yes, sir.
All right, John, so this will be on for discussion at our first May and then action. Is it going to be action on the second one? Is the plan, second meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board members, moving on to the Business and Finance Department monthly financial report. Elaine, do you have anything else you need to bring to us, or are you just open for questions?
No, I'm open for questions, and then I'll just point out the last item there, the tax collection report. If you go to, I believe, the second page of that, that's where you can see what we were discussing last night, where current year collections are trending lower than in previous years, and we have reached out to the tax offices to see if they can give us an explanation for those lower collection rates.
All right. Board members, any questions? You're off mute. Are you pondering or? Put myself on mute. Okay, very good. Well, with that, board members, we can go into closed session. I'm getting ready to read my little script here for closed session. I'm going back and forth between different screens to make sure I get my script correctly. With that said, when we go into closed, we will take let's just say a 5-minute break. So let's jump over to close, take a 5-minute break, and then we can get started again. That way we can stretch our legs. All right, and I know where my script is. All right, we are getting ready to go into closed session. It is 8:43 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code, including 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, consideration of term, probationary, non-chapter 21 employment contract renewals for administrator, teachers, and other professional educators. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of the Canyon Ridge Middle School principal, and Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent's formative evaluation. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action pertaining to a closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I saw her for a second. There she is.
There we go. We're all back.
Jim. I don't see Jim yet.
Yeah, he's here.
There he is. He's right by my square. Oh, well. All right. It is 11:25 p.m. and we are back from closed session. Are there any motions for us to consider?
Madam President, I have 5 motions. The first, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for probationary renewals, extensions, and non-Chapter 21 for administrator contract renewals as presented in accordance with salary scales, policies, and contracts of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Have a motion from Aaron. Second from Pam. All right. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for term, probationary, and non-Chapter 21 for teacher contract renewals as presented in accordance with salary scales, policies, and contracts of Leander Independent School District for the 2021 school year.
All right. I have a motion from Aaron, a second from Jim. I now see everybody in their squares. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I see 7-4. Motion carries unanimously. Next.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Wendy Sturdivant for principal for Canyon Ridge Middle School probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
I have a motion from Aaron, second from Alexis. She got the 2 up quicker. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7-4, none against. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, number 4, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Aaron, a second from Grace. I'm just looking at the square lighting up. All those in favor? See 7 ayes, no nays. The motion carries unanimously.
Finally, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
I have a motion from Aaron,
Second.
second from Pam. All those in favor? Okay. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Aaron, you are a trooper. Thank you for getting us through all the motions, reading all 5. I appreciate it. Board, thank you very much for a good deliberative discussion. Y'all have a good evening. Without any objection, we now adjourn.